Welcome back. Some stories don't start with a scream. They start with something simple, quiet, casual. Like a 6-year-old saying, "He watches me when the lights go out." You check the room, nothing there. But the feeling sticks, so you set up a camera, and everything looks normal until she sits up in bed and whispers. He's behind the camera now. The screen glitches, and when it comes back, she's gone. Before we begin, make sure you're subscribed, like the video, and let me know in the comments where in the world you are watching from. I have a 6-year-old daughter named Ellie. She's bright, stubborn, always talking, and has that kind of imagination that swings between adorable and exhausting. If she's not talking about ponies that live in the garden, she's asking why clouds don't fall. She's just curious, always has been. Which is why I didn't think much of it when she said it the first time. I was tucking her in, pulling the blanket up under her chin, and she looked at me very calmly and said, "He watches me when the lights go out." I blinked, thought maybe I misheard. "Who does?" I asked, smoothing her hair. She pointed to the far corner of the room, just past her bookshelf. "The man." I smiled, the way you do when your kid says something strange, and tried to match her tone. "Is he scary?" She shrugged. "He doesn't blink." I paused. "Does he say anything?" "No," she said, "he just watches." It wasn't until after I kissed her goodnight and shut the door that it started to bother me. Not because I believed her, not really, but because of how she said it. Like she was talking about the weather or what she had for lunch. No fear, just fact. I checked the room later that night. She was asleep by then, sprawled out diagonally across the bed the way kids do, one sock halfway off. I stood in the doorway for a full minute, staring at that corner she had pointed to. There was nothing there, no shadows, no weird reflections, just a stuffed bear on a shelf and the pink outline of a play tent folded up against the wall. I went back downstairs, turned on the telly, and told myself it was just a kid being a kid. The next night, she mentioned him again. I had barely sat down beside her when she said, "He didn't move last night, he just stayed there." My stomach tightened, but I kept my voice steady. "Ellie, are you dreaming about him?" She shook her head. "No, he's real." That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept checking the monitor we have in her room. It's basic, just audio and a fuzzy black and white screen, but enough to hear her if she called out. She didn't. Not once. But I woke up around 4 and found myself staring at the screen anyway, like I had been watching without remembering. The room was still. Ellie didn't mention him again for a few days after that. I let myself forget it. Told myself it was just something she saw in a cartoon, or maybe something another kid at school said. Kids pick up weird things. It didn't mean anything. Until Friday night. We had pizza and watched a movie in the living room. She fell asleep on the couch, so I carried her up to bed. She woke up just long enough to yawn and mumble, "He watches better when it's dark." I stopped in the hallway. "What?" She was already half asleep again, eyes fluttering shut. I tucked her in without saying anything else, but my mind was racing. That night, I ordered a nanny cam off Amazon, one with motion detection and night vision. I wasn't even sure why I was doing it, not because I believed in ghosts or anything like that. I just wanted to know if she was sleepwalking, or if someone outside could see into her window somehow. Something I could explain. The camera came the next day. I set it up on a high shelf across the room, aimed down at her bed and the corner she always pointed to. I connected it to an app on my phone, ran a few tests. Everything looked good. That night, I watched the feed from the living room. She went to bed like normal, a little chatter, a stuffed bunny tucked under one arm. I watched her roll around for a bit, then settle in. Nothing happened for over an hour. Just the usual movements. Her shifting in her sleep, the blanket sliding off one side. Then, right before midnight, she sat up. Slow. Not like she had been startled. Just sat up, completely calm, and stared directly at the camera. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. I turned the volume up. She whispered something. It was quiet, like she was talking into her pillow, but the mic caught it. He's behind the camera now. The screen glitched. Just for a second. Static, then black. When it came back, her bed was empty. I jumped up, phone clutched in one hand, and bolted up the stairs. Her door was closed. I opened it fast, not caring if I woke her. The room was empty. No Ellie in the bed, no blanket, no bunny. I called her name, checked under the bed, nothing. Pulled open the closet, empty. The bathroom next. Then my room. Then back down the stairs, calling her the whole way. It wasn't until I circled back through the kitchen that I saw her. She was sitting on the floor behind the island, holding her bunny, completely calm. Like she had just gotten up for a drink and sat down instead. She looked up at me and smiled. "He didn't follow me this time," she said. I didn't speak. I didn't know how. I carried her back upstairs without saying a word. She was light in my arms, warm, head resting on my shoulder like nothing had happened. Like this was just another sleepy Sunday morning or a school night bedtime routine. I should have said something to her, asked who he was, why she said he didn't follow her. But I didn't. I think part of me was scared of what she'd say. When I got her back into bed, she yawned, turned over, and pulled the blanket up around her chin without a word. She was asleep again before I even left the room. I sat in the hallway outside her door for nearly an hour after that, just listening. For movement, for breathing, for anything. The camera feed never glitched again. I re-watched it at least 15 times that night. I thought maybe it had been a connection issue. Maybe she had slipped off screen too fast. Maybe my eyes had just filled in something that wasn't there. But every time, it was the same. She sat up. She looked straight into the lens. She whispered that he was behind the camera. Then the screen went black. And when it came back, the bed was empty. Not a blanket disturbed, no sound, just gone. The thing that kept running through my mind wasn't that she had moved, or even how she had ended up downstairs. It was what she said before it happened. "He's behind the camera now." That phrase hit different every time I thought about it. Like it wasn't just her imagining something in the dark, it was her tracking it, knowing where it was, describing its position like it had shifted, like it had noticed me watching. I didn't sleep that night. In the morning, Ellie was completely normal. Pancakes with strawberries, brushed her teeth without me asking, picked out her own clothes. I kept waiting for her to say something about the man, about the night before, but she never did. I asked her once, gently, while I tied her shoes. "Do you remember coming downstairs last night?" She shrugged. I was just cold. That was it. Not scared, not confused, just cold. I walked her to school like always, waved goodbye at the gate, and the moment I got home, I went straight to the nanny cam footage again. I sat there watching every frame of it for the 5th or 6th time, heart pounding like I was waiting for something to jump out. And that was when I noticed something new. It was small, barely there, but at the edge of the frame, when Ellie first sits up and stares at the camera, there's a flicker of movement. Not from her, from the corner she always points to. The one she told me he stands in. The image pixelates just slightly, but it's there. A shape, not light, not shadow, something else, something wrong. It doesn't move like a person. It doesn't shift like someone adjusting their feet or turning their head. It folds somehow, like it compresses into the wall, and then the feed cuts out. I turned off the monitor, got up from the desk. I needed to do something. I took everything off that shelf, books, toys, the lamp, the camera itself. I moved the bed, swept underneath, opened every drawer. I checked the walls. Pressed my hand against the corner where she always says he stands. Knocked once, twice, nothing. Just paint and drywall. No cold spots, no sounds, no explanation. I almost left it there, almost gave up again, but something told me to check the closet. It was the one thing I hadn't really looked through since I installed the camera. Ellie's closet is small, just a sliding door, a row of dresses, a couple of shelves. I opened it slowly, expecting nothing. But the smell hit me first. Not bad, not mold or rot, but different, old. Like dust and plastic and something that had been sealed for a long time. I moved her clothes aside. Behind the last dress was a panel. I had never noticed it before. Just a thin cutout in the back wall, about the size of a vent cover, except there were no screws, no frame. Just a rectangle flush with the wall, like someone had measured it and then pressed it in by hand. I tapped it. It sounded hollow. I didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, I closed the closet and sat down on the floor. And then I called my sister. She lives on the other side of the city, has 2 boys, both older than Ellie. I trust her, and more importantly, she never laughs at stuff like this. I told her everything, not just the recent stuff, but what Ellie had been saying for weeks. The staring, the whisper, the camera, the disappearing. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You're not crazy." I felt like I could breathe again. She told me to bring Ellie over for a few nights, just to reset, to see what happened when she wasn't in the house. I said I would. But first, I had to know. So I waited until Ellie was at school the next day. Waited until the sun was high and every light in the house was on. Then I went back to that panel. I got a butter knife from the kitchen and pried at the edge until it gave a little. It popped open with a soft, almost wet sound. Behind it was a dark, square cavity, no deeper than a foot, just space. And inside was a small cloth bag. I reached in and pulled it out. The bag was heavy, and when I opened it, I found three things. A single marble, a folded piece of paper, and a photograph of Ellie, sleeping. The photograph was the first thing I really saw, even though I had opened the note first. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. It was printed on cheap photo paper, slightly curled at the edges, like something developed at a pharmacy kiosk. The image was dark and grainy, clearly taken at night, but what stood out immediately was the shape of the bed, Ellie's bed, and the shape curled up in it. My daughter, sleeping, blanket twisted around her legs, hair fanned out across the pillow. I flipped it over. No date, no writing, just the photo. The lighting wasn't from the nanny cam. I knew that instantly. It wasn't from the shelf, wasn't from the hallway either. This had been taken from inside the room. Somewhere low, maybe crouched in the corner. I couldn't figure out the angle at first. Then I realized what bothered me the most. The frame was crooked, slightly tilted, like whoever took it had held the camera at a strange angle, or wasn't using their hands at all. My hands started shaking. I set the photo down on the bed and unfolded the paper. The creases were soft, like it had been folded and unfolded many times. On it, written in uneven handwriting, were only 4 words. "He stays when seen." That was it. Not signed, not dated, just a warning, or maybe a rule, something left behind by whoever had been in this room before. I didn't know what to do. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall, the tiny square panel still hanging open like a wound. Part of me wanted to run downstairs and call the police, but what would I say? That I found a photograph of my daughter sleeping in a hidden compartment in her closet, that a 6-year-old had been talking about a man who watches her from the corner and then vanished off a camera feed. I didn't even know if any of it meant anything, not in a way that made sense to someone outside this house. But I knew one thing. We were not staying. I packed a bag for Ellie and called the school, told them she would be out the next few days, no questions. They were kind about it. I picked her up early, brought her home, and tried to act normal while she ate lunch and watched cartoons. Then we drove across the city to my sister's place. When we got there, Ellie ran straight to her cousins. She lit up like nothing had ever been wrong. It almost made me cry. My sister could see it in my face, though. After the kids went to the other room, she handed me a glass of water and waited. I showed her the photo first. She didn't say anything for a long time, just stared at it. Then she asked, "Where did you find it?" I told her about the panel, the bag, the marble, the note. She kept her voice low, like we might wake something if we spoke too loud. "You think someone was in the house?" I nodded. "I don't think it. I know it." We went back and forth for a bit, trying to make sense of it. Who had lived in the house before us? Was it possible someone had come back? Was there a chance this wasn't what it looked like? I didn't have any good answers. That night, I slept on the pull-out couch. Ellie slept in the guest room with her cousins. I kept the photo and note folded in my bag next to me, even though it made my skin crawl to have them nearby. I checked on her 3 times before I finally let myself fall asleep. At around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of soft footsteps on the hardwood floor. I sat up quickly, eyes adjusting to the light from the street lamp outside. But there was no one there. Just quiet, and the feeling that something had moved just out of view. I got up and walked to the guest room. The door was half open. Inside, the 3 kids were asleep, curled up in a row like puppies. Ellie was in the middle, holding that same stuffed bunny she never goes anywhere without. Nothing seemed off. No windows open, no curtains moved. Still, I stepped in, and that was when I saw it. On the bedside table, just next to her pillow, was the marble. The one from the bag. I had left it behind, I know I did. It was still sitting in her room, on top of the dresser, when we left the house. I hadn't touched it, hadn't even packed anything from that drawer. But it was here now, sitting perfectly still. Not dusty, not scuffed, like it had just been placed there. I didn't wake her, I didn't scream. I picked up the marble, slipped it into my pocket, and backed out of the room. The next day, I drove back to the house alone. I needed to know who lived there before us, who built that panel, who left that note. I needed to know if this thing, this presence, started with Ellie, or if it had always been there, waiting for someone to see it. What I found out made everything worse. The office that handled our house sale was in a quiet building just off a roundabout. The kind of place with flickering lights in the stairwell and that old carpet smell that reminds you of dentist visits or school halls. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly. Records, maybe. A name. Some note buried in the paperwork that explained the hidden panel in Ellie's closet, or why there had been a photograph of her in it before we ever knew it existed. The woman at reception remembered me, which was a small relief. I gave her our address and said I wanted to speak to whoever had handled the transfer when we bought the place. She checked something on her screen and nodded, then led me into a back room with a folder already in hand. She spread the pages out in front of me. Most of it was normal, legal language, signatures, dates. The seller had gone through a management company that specialized in estates and repossessed homes. I had not thought much of it at the time. The price had been good and we were in a rush. I asked, who owned it before that? She frowned and checked the screen again. It looks like it was left vacant for several years. The city held it briefly, then it was sold to a private landlord. He rented it out for a while, then it came to us. Do you have his name? She hesitated. Technically, I am not supposed to give out former owner information unless it is a legal matter. I didn't blink. It might become one. That changed her face slightly, not fear, but recognition. She nodded slowly, then scribbled a name and number on a post-it note and handed it to me. His name was Arthur Fenn. The address listed was outside the city, maybe 40 minutes away. I drove there right after. The building was one of those long rectangular flats stacked in concrete, cracked balconies and rusted handrails. His name was on the buzzer. I pressed it. Nothing. I waited, tried again. Eventually someone buzzed me in without asking who I was. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Arthur Fenn opened it in a bathrobe. He looked like he had not slept in a week. Hair wild, skin pale, the kind of eyes that never fully landed on you. I introduced myself, told him I now lived in the house he used to own. He did not blink. Then he stepped aside and said, "You should not have come here." Inside, the flat was dim and smelled faintly like burnt wood. Not smoke exactly, just scorched air. He gestured for me to sit but did not follow, just leaned against the counter, arms folded. I told him about the photograph, the note, the marble. I told him about Ellie, about the nanny cam, the voice, the screen going black. He stayed quiet the whole time, not nodding, not reacting. When I finished, he asked, "Did she draw him yet?" I stared at him. "What?" He reached behind a stack of old magazines and pulled out a piece of paper. A child's drawing, faded crayon lines, all dark colors. It showed a figure in the corner of a bedroom, taller than the furniture, no face. Only the eyes. Circles drawn over and over, pressing through the paper. He handed it to me. "My daughter drew that," he said. I did not speak, could not. She was 6, same as yours. She saw him too. Said he stood in the corner every night. Said he got closer when she stopped looking at him. Said he would only stay still if she kept her eyes on him. I asked, "Where is she now?" He looked away. "She lives with her mother. They moved, changed her name. They do not talk to me anymore. They do not even let me call." I felt a tightness in my chest. He continued, "I put the panel in the closet. I made it look like it had always been there. I thought if I gave him somewhere to stay, he would leave her alone." My voice was barely above a whisper. "Did it work?" "No," he said. There was nothing else to say. I took the drawing and left. Back in the car, I held it up in the light. The figure was just scribbles, but something about it made my hands shake. The way the corners were darkened. The way the face was just blank, except those huge eyes. I drove home. Not to my sister's. To my house. I needed to see the closet again. Needed to open the panel one more time. I do not know what I thought I would find. Maybe another note. Maybe a name. Maybe a clue that would tie all of this together. But when I got to Ellie's room and pulled open the closet, the panel was gone. Not just closed. Gone. The wall was smooth, repainted. I ran my hand along the spot, tapped, nothing, solid all the way through. I opened every drawer, pulled out every toy, every shoe. I even moved the bed. The panel had vanished. I sat on the floor and stared at the empty space where it had been. Then I heard the soft sound of something rolling. I turned. The marble had come out of my pocket and was now moving across the floor on its own. Not fast. Just steady. It rolled until it hit the wall where the panel used to be. Then it stopped. I picked up the marble and held it in my hand for a long time, just staring at it. It felt warm again. Not like body heat, not like something that had been in my pocket. It felt warm in a way that suggested it had been held by something else, something that was not me. I didn't put it back in my pocket this time. I took it outside, walked to the end of the garden, and threw it over the fence. Not hard. I just wanted it to be gone. I watched it bounce once in the dirt before it disappeared into the bushes beyond. I stood there for a moment, like I expected something to happen, but the air was still and quiet. I went back inside and packed a few more things. I was done pretending this could be reasoned with, done assuming it would stop on its own. Ellie was staying with my sister. That part was final. What I had to decide now was whether or not I should go back to the house at all. But the next morning, the marble was in my car. It was sitting in the cup holder between the seats, like someone had gently placed it there, clean, unmarked, like it had never left my hand. I did not scream. I did not even speak. I just started driving. I went straight back to the house, parked in the driveway, and walked in without hesitation. The air felt different the moment I stepped inside, thicker, heavier, like the house was waiting. Like it had settled into itself and was finally aware that I was alone. I left the front door open. In Ellie's room, I stood in front of the closet again. I pressed my hands against the wall where the panel had been, still smooth, still solid, but I could feel something behind it, not air, not space, just pressure, like the wall was holding something back. I sat down on the edge of her bed. The room was quiet. I looked at the shelf where the nanny cam had been. I had unplugged it days ago. It was still there, facing the same direction, angled just slightly toward the corner. I turned it on again and opened the feed on my phone. The image came through clear, nothing unusual, no movement, no shapes. Then, as I watched, I saw the closet door begin to slide open. Slow, smooth, not a sound. Just a few inches. I lowered the phone and looked directly at it. It was still, closed tight. I checked the feed again. Still open. I got up and crossed the room, yanked the closet door all the way open. Nothing inside. Just the same clothes, same boxes. But I knew now I was not going to find it that easily. That afternoon I picked up Ellie from my sister's place. She was quiet on the drive back, but not in a sad way, just thoughtful, staring out the window, holding her bunny in her lap. Halfway home she said, "You saw him, didn't you?" I almost pulled the car over. I said, "What do you mean?" She looked at me, her voice calm. "You look too long. He knows you now." I did not speak, could not. She turned back to the window. That night I did not sleep. I sat in the living room with every light on and the nanny cam feed open on my phone. Ellie was safe with me, curled up on the couch. I kept her close. I did not let her sleep in her room again. At 1:40, the screen glitched. Just for a moment. Then it showed the hallway instead of the bedroom, like the camera had moved, but it had not. Then it cut to black. When it came back, there was a new image. It was not a video. It was a photograph. Ellie in bed, sleeping, taken from above. I checked the camera again, still in place. But the screen on my phone had changed. It was frozen on the image. When I restarted the app, the feed returned to normal. No one in the room. No sound. But the photograph was now saved in my phone's gallery. I did not take it. And it had been taken from an angle I could not explain. I showed Ellie the photo the next morning. I should not have. But I needed to see her reaction. I needed to know if she would say something. Her face was still, but her voice cracked just slightly. "He gets closer when you try to catch him." I asked her, "What happens if he gets too close?" She shook her head. He does not want to be close, he just wants to be known. I asked her what that meant. She looked down at her bunny. It means you should not look too long. That afternoon, I went through her old drawings. There were hundreds. Some on lined paper, some on scraps. Most were normal. Animals, flowers, a lot of rainbows. But buried between them was one I had never seen. It was of her room, drawn from the perspective of the bed. And in the corner, just like she had said, was a tall shape. No face, just eyes. Too many eyes. Drawn over and over again. I sat with that drawing in my lap for a long time. I realized this had never been about the house. It had always been about attention, about recognition. And I had seen him. I did not go back into Ellie's room again after that last drawing. I left the paper on the table, folded once down the middle so the figure would not be visible. That shape, with those eyes, it was not something a child should know how to draw, not in that kind of detail, not with that kind of pressure in the lines. You could feel her fear in it, even though she had never once said she was scared. I talked to her again that night, gently. I asked her what he wanted. She said he did not want anything. He does not need anything, she said. He just watches, and he stays when you see him. She kept saying that part, that he stays, like it was a rule, like it was already too late. The house felt different now, even with the lights on. Even with music playing and the windows open, there was something still pressing in from the edges. I started noticing things I had missed before. The way the hallway stayed cooler than the rest of the house, the way the air in Ellie's room never quite cleared, even with the window wide open. There was always something lingering, a weight. The marble showed up again. I found it in the freezer, tucked behind a bag of peas, resting on the edge of the ice tray. I had thrown it away, again, wrapped it in a bag and dropped it in a public bin near the park 2 days earlier. I had watched a truck take that rubbish away. But there it was, perfectly round, perfectly still. I did not touch it. I closed the freezer, grabbed Ellie's things, and told her we were going on a trip. She asked where. I said, somewhere without corners. She smiled. We went back to my sister's for a while, a long while. I made up excuses at first, said the pipes had leaked, said the ceiling was being fixed, but eventually I told her the truth. Or enough of it. I said we could not stay there, that the house was not right, that something in it watched us, and it had started with Ellie and spread to me. She did not roll her eyes. She did not laugh. She just nodded once and helped me find somewhere new. We moved 2 months later. A small flat on the other side of the city, bright, plain, nothing old, nothing hidden, no panels, no closets you could crawl into. I picked a building with central heating and no attic. No crawl space, no basement. The windows lock with keys, and I check everyone twice a night. I leave no door cracked open, no blind pulled halfway. There is nowhere for anything to stand and watch. And for a while that was enough. Ellie stopped talking about him. She slept through the night. Her drawings turned back to animals and flowers and stars. We threw out the nanny cam. We threw out the marble. I burned the photo. Every trace of him gone. Or so I thought. Because 2 nights ago she woke me up again. She was standing at the side of my bed, not crying, just waiting. I sat up fast, already tense. "What is it?" I asked. She held something out to me. A scrap of paper. Another drawing. This one showed two beds, hers and mine. She had drawn herself sleeping in one and me in the other. And in between, tall and dark, was the same figure. He was standing in the hallway. I looked up at her. Her voice was flat. "He is not in my room anymore." That was the moment I knew what I had to do. I went back to the house the next morning, alone. It was still empty. I had stopped trying to rent it out weeks before. Something in me had known this day was coming. I brought a crowbar and gloves. I did not know exactly what I planned to do, only that it had to end. I went into Ellie's room first. The closet was back to how it had always been, but I knew the spot. I tore the panel open again, not carefully, not like before. This time I broke it, smashed the edge until it gave way. The cavity was empty. No bag, no note, no marble. I moved to the corner, the one she had always pointed to. I tore the drywall open. Behind it, there was no insulation. Just space. A small crawl gap, narrow, like it was not meant to be seen. I shone my torch inside. There were drawings, dozens, taped to the inside of the wall. All of them showed the same figure, the same posture, the same eyes. Some were signed with names I did not recognize. One said, in a child's careful print, "He stands where your eyes cannot." I set fire to every one of them, right there in the crawl space. I stayed until the paint bubbled and the smoke reached my eyes. Then I walked out. The fire was small, contained, but it did enough damage to the structure that the house was declared unsafe. I sold the land to the council for almost nothing. I watched them bulldoze the frame 5 weeks later. Ellie never asked about it. She never mentioned the man again. That was almost a year ago. She is 7 now. She sleeps with the light off again. She does not look at corners. Neither do I. And when I check her room each night before I go to bed, I make sure to keep my eyes straight ahead. We weren't the kind of people who hired strangers off the internet. We were the background check, reference call, ask our neighbors kind of parents. Cautious but not paranoid, realistic. So when my husband's boss invited us to a formal dinner party, something we couldn't say no to, did what we thought was the responsible thing. We found a sitter through a reputable app. She had reviews. 5 stars. A verified profile. 3 families in our neighborhood had apparently used her. And she seemed perfect. Her name was Elle. She arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early, wearing a neat blue sweater and jeans, polite but not robotic, smiled warmly at our daughter, Emma, and crouched to her level to say hello. I liked that. Emma's a shy kid, usually takes a while to warm up, but she gave Elle a little wave almost immediately, which honestly surprised me. I chalked it up to Elle's calm demeanor. She didn't talk down to Emma, just treated her like a person. We gave her the rundown. Bedtime at 8:30, snack drawer in the kitchen, emergency numbers on the fridge, and of course, please call us if anything feels off. Elle nodded the whole time, never interrupting. "You can count on me," she said. "I love working with kids this age. They're honest." I remember that word no honesstand, how I didn't think anything of it at the time. But it's been echoing in my head for days now, like some kind of code I didn't understand. The night went fine. At least, that's what we thought. We got back around 11. Elle was reading on the couch, soft music playing through the baby monitor, which she'd turned on to listen for Emma. She told us Emma had gone to bed without fuss. Even asked if it was okay that she left a note with some bedtime observations things she noticed about how Emma liked her blanket arranged, which stuffed animal she fell asleep with. "Some kids don't say those things out loud," Elle had said, "but I like paying attention." It felt thoughtful, overkill maybe, but thoughtful. We paid her in cash and walked her out. I remember she didn't say goodbye to Emma, just gave a small wave toward the hallway and said, "Tell her I said sweet dreams." That stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. The next morning, Emma seemed normal, sleepy, a little groggy, but happy enough. She asked for pancakes and curled up on the couch to watch cartoons while we cleaned up the house. I didn't think about Elle again for a few days. Not until Thursday. I was organizing Emma's playroom, trying to finally go through the toy bins she never touched anymore. I found an old puzzle box under her little table, one I didn't recognize. Inside wasn't a puzzle, though. It was a small spiral notebook. Pink cover, stickers peeling at the edges, her name Emma, scrawled in that uneven handwriting kids have before they really figure out spacing. It was her handwriting. I smiled at first, flipping through it like it would be filled with scribbles or doodles. But it wasn't. It was journaling. Pages and pages of dated entries, all written in that same shaky hand, some words misspelled, others crossed out and corrected like she'd been learning how to write better as she went. Most of it was innocent, stuff about breakfast, cartoons, what she did at preschool. I figured her teacher must have encouraged it. But then I saw the first entry that made my stomach flip. Elle made me eat something funny. It tasted like toothpaste and bread. I stopped flipping. Okay, maybe it was a weird snack. Maybe Elle gave her something she didn't like. Still weird, but not sinister. The next one was dated the same night we were out. She said not to tell Mommy because they wouldn't believe me, but I remember it anyway. That's when my skin crawled. The entry was written in bigger letters, like she was trying harder, like she wanted to make sure someone read it. I turned the page. I don't like when she says goodnight like that. She whispers like someone else is listening. I had to sit down. This wasn't just childhood imagination. This wasn't pretend. I knew my daughter. I knew the way she spoke, the words she used. These were hers. My hands were shaking when I flipped to the next one. She keeps pretending to be you when I'm asleep. She wears your sweater and sits in the dark. I dropped the notebook. I sat there on the floor, staring at it, heart pounding, ears ringing. I didn't know what to think, what to do. Call the police, call the app, call my husband. Was it a joke? A prank? But who would do that? And why? And then I remembered something. That night, when we came home, the sweater I'd planned to wear to the dinner party was missing. I'd blamed myself, assumed I'd left it at work or shoved it in the laundry. I wore a different one, but now I wasn't so sure. I waited until Emma went to bed before showing it to my husband. He read it silently, didn't say anything until he finished. Do we still have her number? I opened the app, pulled up her profile. It was gone. No history, no review, no confirmation of the booking, like we'd never hired her at all. We tried calling the emergency number listed on the fridge, the one she'd written down. It rang once, then went straight to a disconnect message. We called the company's support line. They confirmed a sitter had been booked under the name LM, but when they cross-referenced the phone number and email, it came up flagged. Not banned, flagged. I asked what that meant. The woman on the phone paused. That's something we pass along to the authorities. I asked who she really was, and the woman said something that chilled me more than anything else. We can't tell you who she was, but I can tell you who she wasn't. Her real name, the identity attached to those glowing reviews, belonged to a woman reported missing 6 months ago in another state. A woman who'd vanished while working as a nanny. The police said they'd look into it, but it's been 4 days now. And last night, Emma woke up crying. I went in to check on her, asked what was wrong. She looked at me half asleep and said, "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I haven't slept since. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing Emma's voice. "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I kept replaying it in my head, trying to convince myself she'd just been dreaming. Kids say weird things when they're half asleep, right? I'd read enough parenting forums to know imagination can get tangled with dreams. But the way she said it, the way her brow furrowed, the way she looked at me, confused but not scared, that part didn't feel like a dream. It felt like memory. In the morning, she acted like nothing happened. She was chatty, normal. She asked for waffles, drew pictures of our cat with stars around his head. When I asked how she slept, she just shrugged and said okay, like she didn't even remember waking up. But I remembered, and I couldn't stop thinking about that notebook. I told my husband we needed to talk to someone more than just the police or the app support line. I wanted answers. Not canned apologies, not vague promises to investigate. I wanted someone to believe what I felt in my bones. That whoever had been in our house wasn't who she said she was. And she'd been playing a part. That evening, while Emma napped, I went online and started doing my own digging. The app still had a profile for the real LM, the one who'd gone missing. There were cached reviews from other families, all dated before she vanished, all glowing. I clicked through some of the usernames who'd left reviews, hoping one might be a real person. Something more than just a generic user, 1088. Finally, I found one that looked legit, a mom from a suburb 2 hours away. She had a public blog linked in her profile. Her name was Megan, and she'd posted a heartfelt entry about the real Elle going missing, how Elle had been her go-to babysitter for almost a year, how she vanished after taking a job for a new family one weekend. The police had found her car, purse still inside, the house she was supposed to sit at, had been vacant. I sat there staring at the screen, stomach flipping. Whoever had been in my home wasn't just using a fake identity. She was using the identity of someone gone, and somehow she knew enough to act just like her. I took a screenshot of the blog post, then scrolled down. Megan had included a few photos of Elle smiling, holding a toddler, crouching next to a sandbox. And it hit me like a punch. It wasn't the same woman who came to our house. Not even close. Different face, different build, different everything. So who the hell was she? I couldn't sit still. I printed the screenshots, grabbed the notebook, and drove straight to the police station. I asked to speak to the same officer who'd taken our initial statement. They said he was off duty, but would leave a note. I left the printouts, the blog, everything. When I asked if they'd follow up with the missing persons case, they told me that case had been transferred to another jurisdiction, and there's only so much they can do unless a crime had occurred in our county. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought someone would take the notebook seriously, that they'd read Emma's words and feel what I felt, that creeping unease, that sense that something had been done to her, or at least near her. Instead, they photocopied it and handed the original back like it was a school assignment. That night, my husband and I sat on the couch after Emma went to bed. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the baby monitor, even though she was fast asleep. I think we need to talk to a child psychologist, I finally said. He nodded slowly. You think she's been traumatized? I don't know. I don't think she understands it like that, but something happened, something weird, and it's not going away. He rubbed his face. What do we even say? Our babysitter might have been someone impersonating a missing woman, and now our kid thinks she's still in the house. I didn't laugh, neither did he. We both knew it didn't sound right, but it felt true. The next day, Emma said something else. We were coloring together, just the two of us. She was drawing what looked like a stick figure inside a house. I asked her who it was. That's Elle, she said without looking up. I froze. Elle's not here anymore, sweetie. She tilted her head. She comes back sometimes. I tried to keep my voice steady. What do you mean? Emma picked up a red crayon and started coloring big looping circles around the stick figure's head. When I'm asleep, she talks to me. She tells me you used to be her. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to push, but I had to ask. What does that mean, baby? Emma shrugged. She says I'm hers now. I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, gripping the edge of the sink, trying not to cry. That night, I went through the house top to bottom. I checked every closet, every crawl space. I opened the attic, even though I hate that narrow pull-down ladder. Nothing. No signs of entry, no tampered windows, no missing items. Except one thing. A tiny pair of socks that weren't Emma's, stuffed deep inside the bottom of her toy bin, beneath the dolls and puzzles and plastic food. They were child-sized, old, faded pink with little ruffles. Not ours. Not bought by us. Not from any set I remembered. I took them to the police the next morning. The woman at the front desk gave me a look like I was spiraling. Maybe I was. "Ma'am, do you want to file another report?" she asked. I just stood there holding the socks in a Ziploc bag. "Do you keep records of fingerprints?" She nodded slowly. "If there's an investigation, was there a break-in?" "No," I said quietly, "not a break-in. Just a break. In reality, in trust, in whatever thin line separates normal from wrong." Later that afternoon, Emma started crying during her nap. I ran in, heart pounding. She wasn't in bed. She was sitting on the floor holding that notebook. I hadn't seen her touch it in days. She looked up at me, tears on her cheeks. "She wants you to stop calling me Emma." My blood turned to ice. "What does she want to call you?" Emma held the notebook to her chest and whispered one word. "Lila." That wasn't her name, but it was the name of the missing babysitter, the real Elle's last client. I had seen it once, buried in the last post on Megan's blog. Lila Harper, age 5. Gone without a trace. I stood there in Emma's doorway, frozen. The word echoed inside me like it had weight. Lila. It didn't belong in our house. It didn't belong in my daughter's mouth. She couldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known it. I knelt down slowly, trying to stay calm. "Where did you hear that name, baby?" Emma wiped her nose with her sleeve, eyes wide and shiny. She told me. I hesitated. "Who told you, sweetie?" She looked down at the notebook she was still holding tight against her chest, like it was a shield. Elle. I reached forward and gently took the notebook from her. She didn't resist. I flipped through it. No new entries, just the ones I'd read before. Still the same pages that made my stomach twist. Still that shaky, innocent handwriting telling stories no 5-year-old should ever be able to write. "I don't want her to come back," Emma whispered. The worst part was that I didn't know what she meant by that. Did she mean a dream, a game, a memory, a hallucination? I wanted to believe it was imagination, the way any mom would, that she'd overheard me talking about the case and pieced together some story. But it didn't fit. Emma had never heard the name Lila. I never said it out loud, not to her, not even to my husband. That night, I couldn't sit still. I waited until my husband was asleep, then got out of bed and went into the kitchen. I brought the laptop with me and opened Megan's blog again. I reread everything, this time slower, hunting for details I might have skimmed over before. She'd written that Lila had vanished from a house during the babysitting weekend. The parents had gone away overnight. Elle had been watching the child. When they came back, Elle was gone. The front door was unlocked. The house was spotless. No signs of struggle. Lila's room looked like she'd never been there. No fingerprints, no footprints, just silence. And then I saw it, a sentence I'd missed before, maybe because it hadn't meant anything at the time. Lila's favorite thing was drawing suns with faces. We still find them around the house sometimes. My heart sank. I stood up slowly, left the laptop on the counter, and walked toward Emma's room. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to see something. I opened the door quietly. She was asleep, breathing soft and steady. I tiptoed to her art desk and pulled out her sketchbook. I flipped through page after page. Sun with a smile. Sun with a frown. Sun with big eyes and red cheeks. Over and over. The same face. The same thick rays. Emma had never drawn suns like that before. I would have noticed. I backed out of the room, shutting the door gently, trying not to panic. I wanted to call someone, scream, do something. But who would I even call? The police already thought I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I asked Emma what she dreamed about. She looked up from her cereal and said, "We were playing in the basement." I blinked. "We don't go in the basement, baby. It's full of boxes." "I know," she said simply, but it was different. She made it bigger. "She who?" Emma shrugged. "The other mommy." I felt dizzy. After I dropped her off at preschool, I went home and opened the basement door. I hadn't been down there in months. We mostly kept old furniture and out-of-season clothes down there. It smelled musty, like cardboard and cement, but it felt colder than usual. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. It flickered for a second, then stayed on. Everything looked normal. Stacks of boxes, old coat racks, bins of baby clothes. Nothing strange. Until I turned around to go back up. There were drawings on the wall. Crayon, faint and scrawled. 3 stick figures, a woman, a little girl, and a third shape, larger, with long arms and no face. I stepped closer. Beneath the drawing, in barely legible letters, were 2 words. Not you. I dropped my phone. I don't remember going back upstairs. I don't remember shutting the door. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen again, standing over the sink, breathing hard and gripping the edge of the counter like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I called the preschool, told them I was picking Emma up early. When I got there, she was fine, happy. She ran to me like nothing was wrong. "Can we get a snack?" she asked, her voice light. We drove in silence. When we got home, I watched her like a hawk. At one point, she walked over to her dollhouse and started whispering to her dolls. "What are you saying?" I asked from across the room. "Nothing," she said, "just asking if Elle's still here." I crouched down beside her. "Emma, sweetie, why do you think Elle is here?" She paused, then looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Because she keeps trying to wear your face." My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to say. That night, I asked my husband to sleep in Emma's room. I told him it was just for comfort, that she'd been having bad dreams. I didn't tell him what she'd said. Not yet. I stayed up, pacing the hallway. Around 3 in the morning, I heard whispering. I crept to Emma's door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, soft, high-pitched humming. I cracked the door open. Emma was asleep. My husband was too. But the baby monitor, the one on the dresser, still turned on, was blinking. I picked it up, took it to the living room, turned up the volume. Whispers. Too quiet to make out, but not Emma's voice, and not mine. I played it back. There it was again. She's still trying to remember who she is. I dropped the monitor. It cracked on the floor, screen going black. And when I looked up just for a second, I saw my reflection in the window. But it wasn't doing what I was doing. It was smiling. The worst part about realizing something is wrong in your own home is that you stop trusting the walls, the doorknobs, the mirrors, the silence between sounds. It's like the house knows, and it's waiting for you to admit it too. After I saw my reflection smile when I didn't, I backed away from the window like it could reach through the glass. My legs felt rubbery. I dropped onto the couch and stared at the blank TV screen, trying to breathe normally. Inhale, exhale. You're just tired, I told myself. It's stress. You've been on edge since Emma said that name. That's all. But in the back of my mind, I knew. There are certain things a 5-year-old doesn't make up, especially not over and over, especially not names she never should have heard, especially not sentences like, "She keeps trying to wear your face." I picked up the baby monitor off the floor and turned it back on. It was dead. Not low battery, just dead. No blinking light, no static, nothing. It had been plugged in all day. The next morning I went into the basement with gloves and a flashlight. I didn't tell my husband. I told Emma she wasn't allowed down there anymore. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and kept coloring in her notebook. Not the one I found in the toy box, a new one. This one was purple, and I hadn't bought it. I crouched at the bottom of the basement steps and examined the wall with the crayon drawing. I rubbed at the stick figures with a towel. They smudged, faint but real, not just imagination. Someone had drawn them, and not recently. I started checking every corner of the basement. Nothing, until I opened the storage cabinet under the stairs. It was a small crawl space, too small for an adult to get inside, but just enough space for a child, or for someone curled up tightly. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe I hoped it'd be empty. It wasn't. There were scraps of fabric in the back corner, bits of yarn, a cracked plastic mirror propped up with books. One of the books had been torn apart. Another had handwriting inside. Child's handwriting. "I miss my name. She said I was her favorite. She said I'd be safe in the walls." I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I took photos of everything, sent them to a burner email I created on the spot. I don't know why, just in case, for documentation, so if something happened to me, someone would know. I tried calling the police again that afternoon, but the officer who came by didn't even come inside. I explained everything, the notebook, the name Lila, the basement, the drawing, the babysitter who wasn't who she said she was, and he just nodded like he was ticking off boxes in his head. Said without a crime or threat, there wasn't much to do. I asked if they'd followed up on the identity of the fake L. He said the case was still open, and they'd be in touch. Then he told me I should get some rest. That night, I pulled out old baby videos of Emma on my phone, ones from before that night, when things still made sense. I just wanted to hear her voice, remind myself of the real version of her. Not the one who whispered about other mommies or saw things in dreams. But as I was scrolling, I found something else. A video I didn't remember recording. It was dated the night we hired Elle. The thumbnail was dark, but I recognized the room Emma's. I played it. The camera was facing the ceiling, soundless at first, then a soft creaking. A figure walked past the camera, bare feet, long pants. Then the whispering started. Not Emma, not me, not anyone I recognized. The voice was soft and low, feminine, but not gentle. Do you know who you are? Say it. Say your name. Then silence. A tiny voice. Emma's voice. Lila. The video ended. I stared at the screen so long it dimmed. When I turned it back on, the video was gone. I checked my recently deleted folder. Empty. I checked my cloud backup. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway outside Emma's room, back against the wall, holding the broken baby monitor in my lap like it might start working again. Around 3 a.m., I heard her talking in her sleep. I crawled to the door and pressed my ear against it. Just her voice. Whispers. But she wasn't alone. Two voices, hers and someone else's. I opened the door. She was sitting upright in bed, eyes closed, whispering to the empty air in front of her. Her hands were resting in her lap, calm, too calm. Emma, I said softly. She didn't answer. I stepped closer. Emma, honey. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked at me, confused. Where'd she go? Who, baby? She looked around the room, her mouth trembling. She was here. I pulled her into my arms. Her skin was cold, not sweaty, not flushed, just cold. She cried for a few minutes, but never told me anything else. Just kept saying she was here over and over. The next morning, she didn't remember. Said she slept fine. Said she hadn't had any dreams. But I saw the way she avoided the hallway mirror, the way she glanced over her shoulder while brushing her teeth. She remembered. She just didn't want to talk about it. And honestly, neither did I. Not until later that night, when I found the photo. It was tucked inside one of the picture frames on the living room shelf. A new photo. Not printed, not developed. Just a plain sheet of paper with an image printed on it in grainy black and white. It was our living room. Me and Emma sitting on the couch. Except I wasn't facing the camera. And Emma wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me. And in the far corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, was the shape of a woman, watching us. I sat there staring at the photo for what felt like forever. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the edge of the paper curled slightly where my fingers gripped too tight. I studied every inch of it, the couch, the throw pillows, the faint blur of Emma's hand as she reached for something, but I kept coming back to the corner. That shape. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It had form, shoulders, maybe, the outline of long hair. Like someone standing just out of focus, barely real, but still there, watching. I checked the timestamp printed at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a time I remembered anyone taking a picture. no visitors, no phone in sight. But it lined up almost to the minute with the night I sat up with Emma, the night I thought I heard her talking in her sleep, the night I thought we were alone. I took the photo and shoved it deep in the drawer of the hallway table, under old birthday cards and appliance manuals. Out of sight. That would be enough, I thought. If I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't be real. The next morning, Emma asked if she could sleep in my bed that night. "Why, baby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. She looked at her cereal. "I don't want her to come into my room again." I didn't answer. I just kissed the top of her head and said, "Okay." That day I called in sick to work, said I had a migraine. My boss barely listened before approving the day off. I think my voice scared her. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something had really taken root in our house. I spent most of the morning searching through old receipts, documents, anything I could find from the night we hired Elle. But nothing lined up. No payment history, no messages, no ride requests, no trace of her profile. Even the confirmation email I know I received was gone from my inbox. Just a gap where a date should have been. Like she was never there. And then I remembered something. The doorbell camera. We'd only installed it 2 months ago. Motion activated. Stored footage for 30 days unless manually downloaded. It had a small, glitchy interface, but it worked. I opened the app and scrolled back to the night she arrived. It took a while. The footage had gaps, weird skips, almost like pieces had been deliberately removed. But then, at 6:45 p.m., there she was, standing on our porch. Same sweater, same polite smile, her hand raised in a friendly wave. But as the video played, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her reflection in the glass. It didn't move, not even slightly. While she waved and smiled and tucked hair behind her ear, the reflection stood frozen, arms at her side, face blank. I felt something tighten in my chest. I paused the video and stared at the screen. Screenshot. Saved it to my phone. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I needed proof. I needed to remind myself this was happening. That night, I let Emma sleep in our bed. I read her a story, kissed her forehead, and waited until she fell asleep. I stayed up with the lights on, pretending to read, pretending everything was fine. It wasn't. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmed, like someone was playing with the voltage. I held my breath. Then came the creak of a floorboard. Not in our room. From Emma's. I got up slowly, careful not to wake her, and stepped into the hallway. The door to her room was half open, swaying just slightly like it had been touched. I didn't go in. I couldn't. I stood there frozen, listening to the faintest sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not hers. Just breathing. I backed away and shut our bedroom door, wedging a chair under the knob like they do in movies. It didn't feel ridiculous. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found another drawing in Emma's room. Not in her sketchbook. This one was taped to the back of her door. 3 figures again. But this time the stick figure meant to be me had no face. No eyes, no mouth, just an empty circle. When I asked Emma who drew it, she didn't answer. She just whispered. She said if I don't play right, she'll make me stay. That day, I packed a bag. I called my sister and told her we were coming for a visit, a long one. I didn't explain. She didn't ask. Maybe she heard something in my voice. Maybe she already knew something was wrong. Before we left, I went into the basement one last time. The drawings on the wall were gone, but in their place, in red marker, was a sentence. You can go, but she stays. I grabbed Emma and left the house without looking back. We've been staying at my sister's place ever since. Emma's sleeping through the night again. No drawings, no whispers, no dreams about Elle. But last night my sister found Emma in the hallway, sitting in the dark. She asked her what she was doing. Emma said, waiting for Mommy. My sister said, but your Mommy's right here. And Emma looked up and said, not that Mommy. I don't know what I've brought with us, but I don't think it stayed in the house. I didn't know what closure looked like anymore. After 3 weeks at my sister's, I was still waking up at 3 a.m., sitting straight up in bed like my body had memorized something I hadn't agreed to. Emma at least seemed better. Her appetite returned, the circles under her eyes faded, but every now and then she would pause mid-play and look at nothing for a few seconds too long, like she was remembering something and trying to forget it at the same time. I wanted to believe we were safe now, but safety started to feel like a story I told myself at night. I had done what any rational person would do. I left the house, protected my kid, reported everything. And still, I couldn't shake the weight of it. The idea that something had sunk its claws into our lives and didn't want to let go. So I went back. Not for long, just a few hours. I needed to see it again, not in my memory, but in daylight. I asked my sister to take Emma to the park and drove to our house with a pit in my stomach. The yard looked normal, lawn dry from early spring, newspapers stacked on the porch, the welcome mat still crooked. But the second I walked in, I knew no one had been inside. And yet, it didn't feel empty. I walked from room to room. My feet were almost silent on the hardwood, but the house groaned in the kind of way that makes you feel like you're not alone. I didn't bring boxes or trash bags. I wasn't there to pack. I needed answers, or at least a thread to tug at. I started in Emma's room. Her sheets were still tangled from the last night we'd slept there. I touched the edge of her pillow, cold. In the closet, I found the sketchbooks again. She hadn't brought them to my sister's, I made sure of that. They were stacked neatly, too neatly. I opened one. Every page was covered in suns. Hundreds of them, each slightly different, some frowning, some smiling, some with hollow eyes. The last page stopped me. It was a drawing of 3 stick figures. Again, but this time there were names written in shaky, blocky letters beneath each one. Mommy, Emma, her, and above them a sentence. She said she was lonely before. I closed the book and set it down. My hands were sweating. I didn't feel watched, not exactly, but I felt noticed, like the house remembered me, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I headed downstairs to the basement. I wasn't even scared anymore. I just felt tired. The cabinet under the stairs still creaked the same way. The crawl space still smelled of dust and something slightly sweet like old perfume or dried flowers. But the mirror inside, the little plastic one that had been propped up with books, it was shattered. In the center of the broken glass, written in red marker across the largest shard, was a word. Mine. I backed out, slowly, carefully, heart pounding. Upstairs again, I stood in the living room, trying to remember if there was something I missed. That's when I noticed it. The framed photo on the shelf, the one of me, Emma, and my husband at the beach, was wrong. I'd looked at it 100 times, but now there was something in the background, barely visible, behind us. A woman, out of focus, watching. I took the frame off the shelf and turned it over. Behind the photo, tucked into the backing, was a folded piece of paper. I opened it slowly. It was a birth certificate. Not Emma's. It was for a girl named Lila Harper, born 5 years ago. Same birthday as Emma. The address listed under place of birth was ours. The handwriting on the line that said mother had been scratched out, but I could still make out the first few letters. L. I left the house. I didn't pack a single thing. I went straight to the police station and handed over the certificate, the photo, the sketchbook page. I told them everything. Again, this time they listened. A detective followed up with the babysitting agency. They finally acknowledged that the L who showed up at our house used stolen credentials. An open investigation was already underway. It turned out I wasn't the only parent who had reported strange behavior, but no one had gone as far as I had. No one else had the drawings, the photo, the fingerprints on the broken mirror they'd eventually dust. They asked me to take Emma in for a forensic interview. She didn't talk much, but when they asked her who Elle was, she said something I'll never forget. She told me she used to be mommy, but she wasn't good at it. The therapist's face didn't even change. She just nodded. Emma's statement was enough to flag the case as a high priority. More digging turned up 2 more families in nearby towns with similar stories. Notes, photos, weird entries in kids' diaries. One even had a video, shaky and dim, of a woman crawling out of a child's closet before quickly retreating when the light flipped on. And the woman always looked just a little different. But the smile was always the same. We don't live in that house anymore. We moved 2 states away. My husband got a new job. Emma started kindergarten under a new name. We don't talk about Elle, not in front of her, not even between ourselves, really. But the house? It was condemned last month. The new buyers backed out after renovations started. The contractor reported something unusual in the walls. Bones. Small ones. And behind a sealed panel in the basement, they found a child's bed, covered in sun drawings. The DNA is still being tested. They suspect it might be Lila, or maybe someone else. Maybe there was more than one. But for me, the scariest part wasn't the bones. It wasn't even the secret room or the forged identities. It was the notebook they found tucked under the mattress. Same pink cover. Inside, the first page had 5 words, written in a new, careful hand. She said I could stay. I never want to know what that meant. Some stories don't need sequels. Some things should stay buried. I took a drive that night because I couldn't sleep. It was sometime after 1 in the morning, maybe closer to 2. I didn't check the time exactly. I just remember feeling that kind of restlessness where you're not tired but also not exactly awake. That hollow sort of energy that doesn't go anywhere. My flat felt too small, the air too warm. I needed movement, needed air, needed space to stretch my thoughts out in a straight line. So I grabbed my keys, threw a hoodie over what I was already wearing, and headed out without a real plan. It wasn't the first time I'd done that. Late night drives are kind of a habit now and then. Something about having the road to yourself helps you feel like you're outside of whatever's been sitting on your chest all day. It had been raining earlier, the roads were still damp, and there was that thick, low fog Cornwall sometimes gets this time of year. The kind that sticks to your headlights and makes everything ahead of you feel closer than it should be. I stuck to the quieter roads, winding lanes I knew well enough not to think too hard about. No music, just the soft hum of the engine and the occasional hiss of tires on wet tarmac. There's something strange about how empty things get after midnight. Even places you know like the back of your hand start to feel unfamiliar. The hedgerows look taller. The bends come quicker. The road signs catch your headlights and seem to hang there longer than they should. I was maybe 15 minutes from home when it happened. I had just come around a soft bend in the road where the hedges pull back and there's a short stretch of straightaway. The fog was thicker in that part, not enough to stop the car, but enough that I eased up a little on the accelerator. I remember thinking I hadn't seen another car the whole time I'd been out. Not one. Then I saw something in the road. At first I thought it was a tree branch or some debris, something the wind had dragged out. I even tapped the brakes automatically, trying to make out the shape through the mist. But as I got closer, my brain sort of misfired. The shape didn't make sense. It was a person, standing right in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes, hard enough that my seatbelt locked and I felt the jolt through my chest. The car skidded slightly on the wet ground and came to a lurching stop, maybe 10 or 15 feet from where they were. Except they weren't. I swear to you, for that split second, they were right there, pale, absolutely soaked through, hair hanging down, no shoes. Just standing there barefoot in the road like it was the most natural thing in the world. And they were smiling. Not a big grin or anything like that. Just this small, closed-mouth smile, calm, still, not moving. Then I blinked. And they were gone. The road was empty again, just the fog and the wet and the quiet. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, not moving, heart pounding in my ears. I turned the headlights left and right. Nothing. No one. Not even a footprint on the damp road. I waited a full minute before easing the car forward again. There was nowhere for them to have gone, no nearby driveways, no gates, just hedgerows and old trees on either side. But the thing that chilled me more than anything was that I had not seen them step out or step away. They had just disappeared. I tried to tell myself it was the fog, the rain, a trick of the light. Maybe I had seen a shadow or a reflection or something off a branch. But that smile, that still smile, felt burned into my memory already. I kept driving. Slower now, watching every corner like something might step out again. The rest of the way home was uneventful. Empty streets, empty drive. I pulled into the small lot behind my building and sat in the car for a few seconds, engine idling, just breathing. Still foggy, still quiet. The kind of night that feels like it's holding its breath. I finally killed the engine and headed up to my front door. And that's when I noticed two things that stopped me cold. First, the door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked, not even when I'm just going to throw out the bins. It's automatic, keys in, door locked, always. But that night, it was sitting slightly ajar. Just enough that I could push it open without touching the handle. And second, the floor just inside the doorway was wet. Not soaked, not flooded, but damp, a kind of tracked-in wetness like someone had walked in dripping. The wooden floor was darkened in a clear path, leading a few steps in and then fading off, as if whatever had been there had stopped just short of the hallway. I stood there for a long time, not going inside, not calling anyone, just staring at that faint trail of water and thinking about that figure in the road, the bare feet, the way they looked at me without moving, the way they smiled like they knew something I didn't. Then I slowly pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped inside. I stood just inside the doorway for a while, not moving, not speaking, not even fully breathing. I think I was listening more than anything. For footsteps upstairs, for the sound of the back door opening, for anything that would tell me someone else was in the flat. But there was nothing, no creaking floorboards, no movement. Just the usual night stillness that now felt way too quiet. The trail of damp on the floor wasn't big, but it was there, a clear arc starting just inside the door and stretching 3 steps forward, like someone had stepped in barefoot, paused, and then turned around. Except they hadn't turned around. That was the part that made my skin tighten. The wet marks didn't lead back to the door. They just stopped. No return path, no direction. It was as if someone had entered and then vanished where they stood. I checked the door again, still slightly open, not forced, not broken, not even scratched. Just unlocked, hanging a few inches off the latch like someone had stepped in and not bothered to close it behind them. I turned on every light in the flat, room by room. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I still opened every cupboard, every closet, even pulled back the shower curtain in the bathroom. Nothing. No one. Everything was where it should be. But I still couldn't shake it. That image in the road was burned into my brain. That pale, soaked figure. The way they looked right at me like I wasn't even worth reacting to. Like I was something they had already seen before. Or maybe something they were waiting for. I dried the floor with a towel, not because it made me feel better, but because I couldn't look at the wet patch anymore. Every time I glanced at it, my brain kept filling in that missing shape, those bare feet standing just inside the doorway, dripping quietly. Eventually, I sat down on the couch and just tried to think. I was still trying to talk myself down. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door. Maybe the condensation from outside had caused the floor to feel damp. Maybe what I saw in the road had been fog or a trick of my own tired mind. All of that could have been true, but none of it felt true. You know when something is off in your gut, you might not be able to prove it, but your body knows. Mine did. I left the lights on that night. Not just the hallway, all of them. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, even the little lamp in the corner of the bedroom. It was the only way I could even attempt sleep. And even then, I just lay there staring at the ceiling, blinking against the light. At some point I drifted off, not for long, just enough to dream in flashes. And in the dream, I was back in the car. Same road. Same curve. Same figure in the fog. Except this time, when I slammed the brakes, they didn't disappear. They walked forward. Slow, calm. And when they reached my window, they didn't knock. They just leaned in close until their face was inches from mine. That same smile, that same wet hair. And eyes that looked so completely empty, it was like they were never meant to hold light. I woke up sweating. The room was silent. The lights were still on. I stayed in bed until the sun came through the blinds. Once it was fully morning, everything seemed normal again. I checked the front door. Locked. No damp on the floor. My brain kept telling me to let it go, but I couldn't. I went over every detail in my head again, slowly, like replaying a film frame by frame. That's when I remembered something small but sharp. When I got home the night before, my keys were still in my pocket, which made no sense. If I had come home and unlocked the door, I would have had them in hand. But I didn't use them, because the door was already open. That realization sat like a stone in my stomach. Later that day, I told a friend what had happened. I didn't tell them everything, just the basics, the drive, the figure in the road, the unlocked door. I left out the smile. I left out the wet patch on the floor. I didn't want to sound too dramatic. They told me I'd probably nodded off for a second while driving, that it was a hallucination, micro-sleep, stress. They said it happens all the time, especially in fog. Especially when you're already tired. The brain fills in blanks. Doors get left unlocked. You probably forgot to pull it shut. I nodded along. But I didn't believe any of that. That night, I installed a second lock on the front door. One of those bolt-style ones you can only open from the inside. It wasn't because I thought someone was going to break in. It was because I wanted to be completely sure that if the door opened again, I'd know it wasn't an accident. The second night was quieter. I kept the lights on again. I still couldn't sleep. And around 2 a.m, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a soft, dull tap, like a finger on glass. One tap, then another. I froze in place, every hair on my body standing up. The sound came again. Not aggressive, just patient, like someone waiting to be let in. I did not move for a long time. That soft tapping on the glass continued with long gaps in between, like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world. One tap, then silence, then another. And the worst part was, I could not tell where it was coming from. My flat has a few windows, one in the kitchen that faces the alley, another in the bedroom that looks out onto the small garden, and one in the living room facing the street. But the sound was so gentle, so faint, that it felt like it could have come from any of them. I did not get up right away. I sat there on the edge of my bed, hands flat on the blanket, straining to listen. I even held my breath for a few seconds to make sure I wasn't hearing my own imagination. But the sound came again, a single, patient tap. At some point, I forced myself to move. I reached for the torch I keep in the nightstand. It is just a habit, something I have had for years, ever since a power cut left me scrambling in the dark. I turned it on and walked as quietly as I could through the hallway, scanning each room from the doorway before stepping inside. The kitchen was empty, no marks on the window. The living room was empty too, curtains closed, nothing disturbed. Then I went to the bedroom window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek through. There was no one there. But the grass below was wet again, and there were faint footprints in the dirt just outside the pane, not clear enough to photograph, but I saw the indentations, bare feet, the size of a small adult, maybe. Heel to toe facing the house, as if someone had stood there looking in. I went around and checked all the windows again, locked. Every door? Still bolted. No alarms, no forced entry. But I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, curtains open, flashlight in my lap. I did not know what I expected to happen, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to bed. I stayed there until morning, until the sky started to lighten, and the sounds of early traffic crept back in. When I finally stood up, I noticed something new. There was a smudge on the glass of the bedroom window. It was small, round, like a fingertip had lightly touched the outside. Not a full handprint, not enough pressure to leave oil or dirt. Just enough to catch the morning light at the right angle. That's when I started to feel it properly, not fear exactly, but a creeping sense that something was choosing to get closer, that it wasn't random, that this thing, this presence, it knew where I lived. And it was testing something, boundaries maybe, or me. I spent most of that day convincing myself it was still nothing, maybe an animal, maybe a neighbor messing around. Maybe the fog and the stress were getting to me more than I thought. But I kept seeing that smile in my head, that pale figure in the road, not reacting to the car, just watching. That image had followed me home, and now it felt like it was waiting just outside the windows. I made a list of things to check. Security cameras too expensive, but I started browsing anyway. Window alarms, a motion sensor light for the back garden. I even went into a hardware shop in town and asked about replacement locks, pretending I was doing a general upgrade. The man behind the counter asked if I had had any trouble lately. I said no, just being careful. He nodded like he didn't believe me. That night I tried to act like everything was normal. I cooked dinner, watched a bit of television, left my phone on the arm of the sofa, but every 15 minutes or so, I would get up and walk to the front window, pull the curtain back an inch, and check. Nothing. Just the street light catching the mist in the air. By the time it got late enough for sleep, I knew I wasn't going to get any. Still, I went to bed. I lay there with the hallway light on, listening. No taps that night. No footsteps. No smudges. But sometime around 3, I heard something new. The sound of water dripping. At first I thought it was outside, the roof or the gutter. Then I realized it was too close. I got up and followed it. The dripping was coming from the bathroom. I flicked the light on and froze. There was water pooled on the floor, just a small patch near the sink, not leaking from the tap, not from the ceiling, just there. I looked around, no towels disturbed, nothing knocked over, no sign of a spill. I grabbed a handful of tissue and bent down to mop it up. And just as I did, I noticed the bath mat was damp too. Not wet like it had been stepped on after a shower. Wet like someone had stood on it, barefoot, for a while. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room, leaving the light on. I did not sleep that night either. I kept checking the doors, over and over. I checked them so many times I lost count. Everything was locked. But that morning, when I went to the front door again, I found something tucked in the gap between the frame and the wood. A single, long strand of black hair. It was soaking wet. I just stood there looking at it. That one long strand of hair, caught in the door frame like it had been pinched between the wood when the door closed. It was black, not dark brown, not gray, black and wet. Not just damp wet like it had just come out of the rain. I didn't touch it at first. I didn't want to. Something about it felt too deliberate, like it had been left for me to find. Eventually, I took a tissue from the kitchen and gently lifted it free, folded it up and dropped it into a plastic sandwich bag. I don't know why. It felt ridiculous, standing there in my hallway at 8 in the morning, sealing a hair into a bag like I was a detective in some television drama. But I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt like evidence. I sat with it for a while. I didn't even drink my coffee. I just sat at the table staring at the bag. My thoughts were racing. Part of me was screaming to just call someone. But who? The police. And tell them what that I saw. A pale person in the road. And now my door is haunted by damp footprints and ghost hair. I thought about telling a friend, but I knew how it would go. They'd listen, try to be supportive, and then offer me a long list of rational explanations. Condensation, bad dreams, sleepwalking. Someone messing with me as a joke, all of which would make sense if it weren't for how specific everything was. That smile, that figure, the tapping on the glass, the footprints, the puddle on the bathroom floor, the strand of hair. It wasn't just weird. It was connected. And I couldn't prove any of it. That night, I installed a battery-powered motion sensor just inside the hallway. It was meant for garages or sheds, but it worked just fine indoors. I angled it toward the front door so if anyone came in even for a second I would know. I also bought one of those door jamb security wedges, the kind that lets out a loud alarm if the door moves. It wasn't expensive. It didn't even feel like enough, but it helped me sleep a little better. Or at least that's what I told myself. The night passed quietly. Too quietly. No taps, no sounds, Just me lying in bed listening to the hum of the hallway light and the occasional creak of the old floorboards adjusting to the temperature. I thought maybe it was over, but the next morning the bag with the hair in it was gone. I checked the drawer where I had left it, then the bin, then every surface in the kitchen. Nothing. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't even opened the drawer since putting it there. It just wasn't there anymore. I stood in the middle of the flat for a good 5 minutes, trying to remember if maybe I had taken it out and forgotten. But I hadn't. I know I hadn't. I had sealed that strand in a bag and tucked it away. And now it was gone. The rest of the day passed in a fog. I tried working from home, but I couldn't focus. Every small sound made me jump. The wind rattling the window, the fridge humming a little louder than usual. Even the sound of my own phone buzzing gave me a jolt. That night, something new happened. I was brushing my teeth when I saw it. In the mirror, just behind me in the hallway, there was a shape. Not a person. Not fully. Just the suggestion of someone standing there. Just far enough back that I couldn't make out the face. Just long enough for me to freeze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. And then it was gone. I spun around. Nothing. Just the hallway, empty and still. But when I turned back to the mirror, I noticed something else. There was a drip on my shoulder. Just one. I hadn't showered. I hadn't spilled anything. But there it was, a single droplet of water sliding down the fabric of my t-shirt. I stood in the bathroom for a long time looking at the mirror, waiting to see it again. It didn't come back. That night, I didn't sleep in my room. I brought a pillow and blanket to the living room and stayed on the sofa, lights on, television low, just to have some kind of noise, something real. But at some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to the sound of something scraping. Not loud, but steady, like fingernails on wood. I sat up slowly, heart already pounding. The sound was coming from the hallway. I stood, walked toward it, feet cold against the floor, every part of my body tense. And then it stopped. I reached the door, placed my hand on the knob and paused. The hallway was dark. The light had gone out. I flipped the switch. Nothing. The bulb had burned out. I turned back toward the living room, but before I could take a step, I heard it again. One soft tap, not at the window this time, at the bedroom door. I stood completely still, just listening. That tap on the bedroom door wasn't loud, it wasn't aggressive, but there was something about how quiet it was that made it worse. It was patient. Like whoever or whatever was on the other side didn't need to rush, like it had all night. I took a breath, not even sure I was going to move. The hallway was still dark. That dead bulb left just enough shadow that I couldn't see the edges of anything clearly. I still had the flashlight in the drawer by the couch, but I didn't want to turn my back to the hallway, not with that door still closed, not with that sound still echoing in my head. Another tap. Just one. Then silence again. I walked forward, slowly. Each step felt loud, even though I was trying to be quiet. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and too fast, bouncing off the walls. I passed the bathroom, then the storage cupboard, and finally came up to the bedroom door. It was closed, which didn't make sense. I had left it open. I remember that clearly. I always leave it open when I sleep on the sofa. I even glanced down the hallway when I turned in for the night. The door had been open then. I stood in front of it now, my hand hovering just an inch from the knob. I could still feel the cold from the hallway draft brushing across my arms. I waited there for a while, trying to decide what I was even going to do if someone was inside. Eventually, I opened the door. Slowly. Nothing. No one standing behind it. No shapes waiting in the dark. But the room was different. The bed had been turned down, like someone had peeled back the blanket on one side and left it ready, like a hotel. And on the pillow, right in the center, was a small puddle. A perfect round spot of water. Not dripping from the ceiling. I checked. No leak. No water glass knocked over. Just a wet mark in the shape of a head, like someone had been lying there, recently. I did not sleep after that. I turned every light on again, made coffee at 4 a.m. just to keep my hands busy. I watched the sun come up from the kitchen table with my back to the window, too nervous to look outside. I didn't want to know if anything was standing there. Later that day, I asked a neighbor if she had noticed anything strange. She gave me a polite smile and asked what I meant. I kept it vague, just said I thought someone might have been poking around the property at night. She said no, she hadn't seen anything, but her cat had been acting odd, wouldn't go near the back door, kept staring at the corners of the ceiling. That was all she said. But it was enough to make my stomach turn. That evening, just as it started to get dark again, I felt it, a pressure, not physical, not painful, but this slow, creeping tension like the walls were closing in, like the house was holding its breath again. I kept the flashlight on me this time. I also set up my phone in the corner of the room to record video overnight. I needed to know if I was imagining things, if something was really moving around when I was asleep. I didn't expect to catch anything, but I had to try. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, most of it was uneventful. Just me tossing on the sofa, muttering a little, the light from the hallway flickering once or twice. But around 2:40 in the morning, something strange happened. The hallway light clicked off completely, not a flicker, just gone. Then, a few seconds later, the image on the screen warped slightly, like something had moved between the camera and the hallway, not close enough to be visible, but just enough to shift the shadows. The video glitched for less than half a second. When the light came back on, everything looked normal. But when I paused it and zoomed in on one frame, my chest went cold. There was something standing near the doorway. A figure. Faint, not fully there, but enough to make out the curve of a head, the shape of a shoulder, and the suggestion of a smile. I shut the video. Didn't watch the rest. I backed it up to a USB and locked it in a drawer. I didn't want to delete it, but I also didn't want it just sitting there on my phone, waiting to be accidentally opened again. I thought about staying somewhere else for the night, a friend's place, a hotel, anywhere. But deep down I felt like it would follow me. That whatever it was, it had already decided I was worth keeping close. I stayed. The next night, I didn't set up the camera. I didn't want to see it again. I didn't want to know how close it was getting. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the door creak. The front door. Not loud, just enough that I knew it was real. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The door was closed, still locked, but there was a trail of water leading away from it. And this time it went all the way into the kitchen. I stood at the edge of the hallway and just stared. The trail of water was fresh, darkening the floorboards in irregular blotches like bare feet had walked in slowly, one step at a time, not rushed, not panicked, just calm and deliberate. I didn't move at first. I just stood there with the flashlight on, hand trembling slightly, trying to listen for any sound from the kitchen. But there was nothing. No footsteps. No breath. No creaking boards. Just that awful stillness again, that charged, heavy quiet that had become more familiar than I ever wanted it to be. I stepped forward. One foot, then the other. Flashlight aimed low to follow the path. The damp marks curved gently to the left and then disappeared behind the kitchen door. It was halfway open. I could see part of the counter, the corner of the sink, but not much else. I told myself if the door was still locked and the windows were shut, then it had to be in my head. That was the line I had been repeating for days now. If nothing had physically changed, then it wasn't real. That was the rule. I stepped into the kitchen. Empty. No one there. Everything exactly where I left it. Except the back window was open. Not all the way, but just enough for air to pass through. Enough to let in the smell of cold earth and damp stone and whatever else the fog was hiding out there. I never leave that window open. I barely use it. I even checked it earlier that evening before I went to bed. It had been locked. I was sure of that. Now it was open, and the floor beneath it was wet. I walked over, closed it slowly, locked it again. My hands were shaking. Not because of what I'd seen or not seen, but because it was starting to feel like this thing, whatever it was, didn't care about rules anymore. It could come and go. I was just the person who happened to live here. I wiped up the floor again, second time that week. The next morning, I found the bag with the hair in it. The one I was sure had gone missing. It was back in the same drawer I had left it in originally. Nothing else in the drawer had moved. Just that one plastic bag, folded neatly, sealed tight. I opened it. The hair was gone. Just an empty bag. Not torn, not damaged, just empty. That was the last clear incident. After that, things didn't stop exactly, but they changed. I stopped seeing shapes. I stopped hearing taps. The lights stopped flickering. But I never felt like I was alone in the flat anymore. It was like something had settled in. Like whatever it was had been trying to get in at first, testing me, poking around the edges, trying to see how I'd react. And now that it knew I wasn't going to fight it, it had stopped trying so hard. It had made itself at home. And in a strange way, I got used to it. I started sleeping again, a little. I stopped jumping at every sound. I even turned off the hallway light some nights. But that feeling, the sense of being watched, it never left. I still find small puddles sometimes. Not big ones, just little patches of moisture near the door or under the windowsill, No source, no dripping pipes, just water where there shouldn't be any. I still check the windows every night, still bolt the door, still keep the flashlight near the bed. But I haven't seen it again. Not fully. Not the way I saw it that night on the road. I've driven that road since, not often and never on purpose, but it's hard to avoid if you live in this part of Cornwall. Every time I come around that bend, I slow down more than I need to. My eyes scan the fog for any shape, any flicker of movement, even though I know it will be empty. It's always empty. But every now and then, when the headlights hit the mist just right, I swear I can feel something waiting just outside the reach of the beam. Not visible, just there. Watching. Smiling. I told a friend all of this recently, the full thing, from the road to the footprints to the water to the open window. I didn't expect them to believe me, and I don't think they did, not really. But they listened, and then they said something that stuck with me. They asked if I had checked the local papers, looked for reports. Maybe someone had gone missing on that road, or there had been an accident, or a fire, or something. And maybe what I saw, whatever it was, had been connected to that. I did check. Nothing. No recent deaths. No historical articles. No ghost stories. No urban legends. Just fog and winding roads and long hedgerows that block out the world. So now I'm left with this story. Mine. And I honestly don't know what to make of it. It's not dramatic enough to be a haunting. It's not violent enough to be a break-in. It's too detailed to be a dream, and too empty to be proof of anything. It just exists. A series of strange, quiet things that stacked on top of each other until I couldn't ignore them anymore. So I'm writing it here, because maybe someone else has seen something like it. Or maybe someone will read this and tell me I'm not the only one. Or maybe someone will tell me I'm crazy. I honestly don't know what I'm hoping for. I just want to know what I saw. I want to know who that was standing in the middle of the road. And I want to know why they smiled. Was it a warning? Was it recognition? Or was it something else entirely? Because I can still see that face when I close my eyes. And even now, I'm not sure if they ever really left. So I guess I'll just ask. What do you think this was? Seriously. What the hell do you think I saw? I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs. Some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food. A guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pickup. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. "You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him. Like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while. 15 minutes. Maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. Been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. "What does that mean?" "Silence." I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of 2-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere." I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. "Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty." My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button, nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true. Because I remember what he said. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck. Said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in, texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him. Nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped. No matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet. Like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me, said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading, and I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few, Scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through, already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what? I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset, but I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking, the way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up, I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, "Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else?" I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, "I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person. It's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me." That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rearview mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car. Just leave. Floor it, don't look back. But I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made two of us. And then he did move. One step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half-thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence. And the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages. No 3:14 a.m. wake-ups. No more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work. Big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m. And one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason. I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost or a curse or something worse, but I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. This happened 2 years ago, and I still think about it more than I should. Not every day, but often enough that it creeps back in when I least expect it. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it now. Maybe just to get it out, maybe to see if anyone else has heard of something similar. I don't know. I had taken some time off work and flown to Tasmania for a hiking trip. Nothing fancy or extreme, just a week out on the trails clearing my head. I had done solo backpacking before. I'm careful. I check in at ranger stations. I log my intended routes. I don't go off path. I pack what I need, and I don't try to be a hero. I do it for the quiet. It was day 3 of the trip, late afternoon. I was about a mile or two from a designated camping area when I saw her coming up the path ahead of me. She was alone, light pack, walking stick. Her clothes looked a little too clean for how far out we were, but not in a weird way, just new. She looked maybe late 20s, black hair tied up, sunglasses, soft kind of voice when she said hello. She introduced herself as Kim, said she was doing the same trail but in the opposite direction. We stopped and talked for a minute, both of us standing there with our packs still on. She asked if I had seen any water sources nearby. I had, actually a stream maybe a quarter mile back. She smiled and said thanks, then sort of lingered. I asked if she was heading to the campsite. She said she might, said she was not in a rush. I don't know why I offered to walk back with her. Maybe it was just one of those things where you feel better seeing another person in the middle of nowhere. We ended up camping in the same area that night. Not in the same tent, obviously, but nearby. Close enough to talk. There were no other hikers around that I could see. We made a little fire, nothing big, just enough for warmth and light. She told me she had been traveling for about a month, said she had left her job back home and was doing this as a reset. That word stuck with me, reset. Like something had gone wrong, and she was trying to power cycle her whole life. I didn't ask for details. She didn't offer them. She wasn't odd or twitchy or anything like that, just quiet. A little distracted maybe, like she was keeping part of her attention on something else. Once or twice she looked over her shoulder toward the trees behind us, and I asked if she heard something. She said no, then smiled and changed the subject. Eventually we both turned in. I remember the moon was bright that night. My tent didn't have a full rain fly on, so I could see the sky through the mesh. I fell asleep fast. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. At first I figured she had packed up early and kept going. It happens. Some people like to move at first light, but when I got up to stretch and make coffee, I noticed something strange. Her shoes were still there, right outside the tent she had used, sitting neatly side by side. Her backpack was leaning against the tree where she had left it the night before. Her walking stick was propped up beside it. Everything was there, except her. I called out for her, thinking maybe she had gone to use the bathroom or to fetch water or something. No answer. I waited about 20 minutes, walking little circles around the campsite, calling her name once or twice, but not loudly. It still felt weird to shout out there. I didn't want to scare off animals or attract attention I didn't want. But she didn't come back. Eventually I unzipped her tent and looked inside. Nothing. No sleeping bag. No clothing. Just the flattened indent of where she had laid down. It didn't make sense. She was gone, but all of her gear was still there. And it wasn't scattered. It wasn't tossed or left in a panic. It looked like someone had taken the time to set it down carefully and then just vanished. I waited another hour before I touched anything. I figured if she came back, I didn't want to look like I had gone through her stuff. But when it hit noon and she still hadn't returned, I packed up and hiked back to the ranger station. It took me most of the day to get there. I filed a report, told them her name, the last place I saw her, and what I had found. They took it seriously. At least, they seemed to. Within 24 hours, they had people out on the trail. Drones, dogs, volunteers, the works. I offered to help, but they told me to stay put. For 5 days, I heard nothing. Then a ranger came to speak to me again. They had found her gear. Same backpack, same shoes, same walking stick, 40 miles from where I last saw her. Arranged just as neatly right beside a small stone fire pit in another camping zone. But this time the fire was still warm. There was a tent set up, just like before. No one inside. And the strangest thing? Her journal was sitting open on top of the sleeping mat. The last thing written, in very small handwriting, said, "I'm not alone out here after all." When the ranger told me they had found her things again, I asked if she was with them. I remember asking that right away before anything else. He didn't answer at first. He just gave me this slow, measured look, like he was weighing how much to say. Then he shook his head, said they found no trace of her, just the same gear I had seen back at the first site. It was all placed neatly around the fire pit, tent staked down, backpack resting against a log, her shoes again side by side, no sign of damage, no blood, no struggle. It didn't make sense. The spot was over 40 miles from where I had last seen her. Not 40 miles of road either. It was deep trail and rough in places. You would have to be seriously trained to cover that kind of ground in less than 2 or 3 days, and that's assuming you had water, gear, and a decent plan. But they told me it looked like the tent had only been there for a few hours. And the fire was still warm when they found it. Not just a leftover pile of ash, a ring of hot coals, maybe an hour cold at most. That part sat wrong with me. I had slept next to this girl, talked to her, watched her tie her boots, pick twigs out of her socks. She had not seemed like the kind of person who would just leave all her gear behind and disappear for fun. She was a little quiet, sure, but not unstable, not off. She had seemed like someone looking for peace, not chaos. I asked what they were doing next. They said more crews were heading out. They were expanding the search area. They were looking at wildlife movement, checking riverbeds, watching trail cams. I could tell they were trying to reassure me, but I could also tell they had no idea what had happened. A few hours later, one of the officers returned with the journal. It was a small, spiral-bound notebook, the kind you find at tourist shops. I recognized it immediately. I had seen her holding it the night we talked. She had been scribbling something by the fire while I cooked dinner. I had asked if she was writing a blog. She smiled and said something like, "Just notes, that was all." They let me flip through it. Most of the entries were short. Dates, trail notes, weather observations, nothing dramatic. Just small personal things, like heard frogs all night, or stream too dry to filter, stuff hikers write to stay grounded or track where they've been. Then I got to the last page. The very last thing she wrote was dated the morning after I last saw her, the day she vanished from the first campsite. The sentence said, "I heard someone walking behind my tent last night, but when I looked, there was nothing." I read it 3 times. Then I turned the page. On the next side, in smaller handwriting, almost like she had not wanted to press too hard into the paper, she had written, "I think it was watching me. It stayed out of view." And then, under that, one more line. "I'm not alone out here after all." I felt sick reading it. Not scared, just unsettled, like something had been crawling around the edges of what I thought was true, and now it had finally stepped into the light. I handed the journal back and asked if I could leave. They said yes, but they asked me not to leave the area yet, just in case they had more questions. So I stayed. I camped near the ranger station that night, did not sleep much. Every crack of a branch made me sit up. Every wind gust through the trees made me check the zipper on my tent. I kept my headlamp on low, pointing at the ceiling of the tent, just to avoid being fully in the dark. My thoughts kept looping. Where did she go? Why leave everything behind? And how did her gear get moved that far with no one seeing anything? The next morning, they brought in a tracker, a local guy, looked like he had been living in the forest for 30 years. He went out with a dog and a radio, took photos of the camp layout, walked the perimeter, followed every boot print. He came back 4 hours later and said something strange. He said there were only one set of tracks. Hers. Coming in. But no tracks leaving. I asked how that was possible. He just shrugged. Sometimes the ground doesn't hold everything, he said, but this felt off. He said the earth around the tent had a pattern he couldn't explain, pressed down in spots, like someone had stood still for a long time, but without leaving proper footprints. Like weight had been applied unevenly, not like someone was sneaking, more like they were shifting back and forth, trying to stay balanced. He said he'd seen it once or twice before, usually when a person was hiding behind something and leaning out slowly. That image stuck in my head, Someone just standing there, quiet, shifting from foot to foot, trying to see inside her tent. He said one more thing. There was no drag, no scuffle, no sign she walked out of there. Just gone. Vanished. They searched for another 2 weeks. Nothing. No body. No clothes. No second sight. Her family was flown in. I didn't meet them, didn't want to intrude. They thanked me through one of the rangers, said they were grateful I'd talked to her, that I reported it. I didn't feel like I had done enough. I still don't. I ended up cutting my trip short after that. I told myself it was because I felt worn out, or that the weather wasn't holding, but really I just couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't supposed to be out there anymore. Not on that trail, not sleeping in that forest. I had never felt unsafe in the woods before, but after what happened with Kim, it felt like something had changed. Like the place itself had turned on me a little. I kept thinking about the way she had looked over her shoulder that night by the fire, just small glances, the kind you almost miss, and the way she smiled when I asked if she heard anything. That smile had not been nervous, it had been resigned, like maybe she had already heard something a few nights in a row and was tired of reacting. I kept that in my head as I packed up my gear, repacked it, and then walked the long trail back to the nearest outpost where I could call for a ride. I didn't talk to anyone on the way out. Didn't stop for breaks. I just moved. Once I was home, I thought it would stop bothering me. I tried to settle back into work, into my normal routines. But the image of that empty tent, with her things laid out beside it, kept pushing into my thoughts when I least wanted it to. I would be standing in line at the grocery store or brushing my teeth, and suddenly I'd remember the sound of the wind in those trees, the dim glow of that little fire, and the feeling that someone else had been nearby without making a sound. I started reading about missing persons cases, not in a casual way either. I mean deep dives. I would go to forums, I'd find public records. I started bookmarking stories where the person had gone missing from a hiking trail or forest and left their gear behind. I told myself I was just curious, just trying to understand, but it was more than that. I needed to know how often this happened, and how often it went unsolved. The answer was worse than I expected. There were more cases like Kim's than I was ready for. People found without shoes, campsites left perfectly intact, journals with strange last entries. There was a pattern if you looked hard enough. Not in the locations they were all over, not in the time of year either, but in the quietness of it, the way they disappeared without the usual signs of a struggle. No broken branches, no torn fabric, no shouting heard by nearby hikers. Just gone. One night, about 6 weeks after I got home, I was going through old photos on my phone and found one I had completely forgotten about. It was from the night I met Kim. I had taken a shot of the fire, nothing fancy, just one of those quick snapshots you take when the flames are at the right height. I almost deleted it, but I tapped to zoom in instead. And then I noticed something in the background. It was faint, but just visible through the trees behind her tent. A shape, not close, but not far either. It was low to the ground, maybe behind a tree or half-crouched. Not an animal, not with that height. It looked like a figure, a person, watching, I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the light, some kind of glare or shadow. But the more I looked, the more certain I became that it was real. There was a head, shoulders, a shape that was not part of the trees. I didn't know what to do with that. Who do you call with something like that? It was not new evidence. It didn't change what had already happened. I debated sending it to the ranger station, but worried it would sound like I was trying to insert myself into the case again. So I saved it to a backup drive and let it sit there. The dreams started not long after that. They weren't nightmares exactly, more like long stretches of silence broken by footsteps in the brush, or the sound of a zipper slowly being pulled open. One dream that came more than once was of me lying in a tent, just like the one on the trail, except this time I knew someone was outside. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them standing there, just watching. Sometimes I'd wake up and think I had heard someone walk past my house. Sometimes I'd stare out the window for too long, just waiting for a shape to move where it shouldn't. I told myself I was being paranoid. That trauma plays tricks on you. But part of me didn't believe that. There was a moment about 2 months later where I thought I saw her. I was in a cafe downtown just grabbing coffee. A woman walked in with a backpack, hair up, hiking boots, windbreaker jacket. From behind, it could have been Kim. My chest seized up before I could stop it. I turned, ready to stand up and say something. But she turned first. It wasn't her. Not even close. But I stood there for a few seconds too long, trying to make the pieces fit anyway. That's when I realized I wasn't just trying to figure out what happened. I was waiting for her to come back. I don't think she will. And the worst part is, I'm not sure she's dead. I think she's still out there. Somewhere. The thought that Kim might still be out there started small. It was not some huge revelation or wild theory. It was more like a quiet feeling that stuck around longer than it should have. I kept going back to the way her gear had been arranged so neatly, not scattered, not weather-worn, no signs of panic. Just sitting there by a warm fire like she had stepped out for a moment and planned to return. People don't just disappear like that unless they want to, or unless something else decides for them. I started reading her last journal entries again. I had copied them down before returning the original. I know that might sound strange, but the Rangers allowed it. They knew I was the last person to talk to her, and I think they figured any detail I could remember might help. I had taken a few photos of the pages, mostly for clarity. I pulled them up again and just stared at that last sentence. I'm not alone out here after all. The writing was small, precise, not shaky, not panicked. If she had been scared, she wasn't showing it on the page. It read more like an observation than a warning. As if the idea of not being alone was not necessarily good or bad, just true. That idea messed with me more than I care to admit. For a while, I stopped talking about the whole thing. I figured the people around me were getting tired of hearing it. Even the few who had originally shown concern started giving shorter responses. They were trying to be polite, but I could tell. That's how it always goes. People care for a week, maybe 2. After that, it becomes uncomfortable. You become the one who won't let it go. So I stopped bringing it up. But I kept thinking about it. I went back through every photo I had taken on that trip, Most of them were standard stuff: trees, trail markers, a snake I had passed near a bend, but one stood out. I had taken it the morning before I met Kim. It showed the clearing just past the fork in the trail where I later set up camp. In the photo, way in the back, almost lost in the brush, was a shape. At first I thought it was a tree stump or maybe a trick of the light, but when I zoomed in, it looked too symmetrical, upright, human-sized, not moving, obviously, but visible. Like someone had been standing there long enough to get caught on camera without even trying to hide. I stared at that photo until my eyes hurt. I never showed it to anyone. I'm not sure why. I think part of me felt like if I kept talking about this, I'd bring it back with me somehow. But it came back anyway. About 4 months after I returned home, I got a call from an unknown number. I usually let those go to voicemail, but something told me to pick it up. When I did, it was a woman from the ranger station back in Tasmania. She sounded tired, careful with her words. She said, "We found something." I didn't say anything at first. She explained that another group of hikers had passed through a campsite roughly 30 miles from where Kim's second camp had been found. They didn't notice anything unusual at first. Just a spot with good water access and flat ground, but one of them wandered a little off the trail and found a tarp hung between 2 trees. Beneath it was a sleeping bag. Next to that, a stack of flat stones, arranged almost like a table, and on top of the stones was something familiar. Kim's journal. The same one. Same cover. Same tear along the bottom corner. Except this time it was open to a fresh page. The writing on it was shaky, rushed, different from before. It said, "He doesn't like the light." That's all. Just that one sentence. And next to it, a drawing. A circle with vertical lines running through it, like trees or bars. The woman on the phone said they searched the area but didn't find anything else. No clothing, no tracks, no remains, just that. She said they were reopening the case and asked if I would be willing to speak to someone again. I said yes, of course, but I could already tell from the way she spoke that she didn't expect it to help. When I hung up, I just sat there for a long time trying to picture it. A third sight. A new page. The same handwriting, but altered, like it had been written in a hurry or under stress. He doesn't like the light. That line keeps repeating in my head. Who is he? Why write it down? Why leave the journal behind again? It started to feel less like someone trying to escape something and more like someone trying to leave a trail, a breadcrumb path, except the crumbs were pages. And now I had 3 of them. 3 pieces of a story I could not finish. I printed all of them out and pinned them to a corkboard in my office. My partner asked me what I was doing. I told them it was research. But really, I just didn't want to forget the details. Not now. Because it felt like the story wasn't over. It felt like something was still waiting. Out there. After that last phone call, something shifted. I stopped pretending I could just move on. I mean, I had already been obsessed with it, even if I was keeping quiet about that part. But hearing there was a third sight, a new entry in the journal, and no other sign of her that made it feel less like a mystery and more like something darker, something planned, something with intention. I started sleeping with the corkboard still lit in the room. It sounds dumb, but having those notes visible, like puzzle pieces on a wall, gave me something to focus on when the silence got too heavy. There was no logical reason for me to still be this involved, but it had taken root in my head and I couldn't shake it. I told myself I was just trying to understand. That was only partly true. I was trying to figure out if she was dead. The journal entries were too clean at first, too measured, but that last one, the one found next to the makeshift stone table, was different. The handwriting was uneven, shaky, like she was either scared or sick, and that phrase still played on repeat every time I closed my eyes. He doesn't like the light. Whoever he was, she had apparently seen him more than once. And yet she was still moving, still setting up camps, still writing. So what was keeping her out there? I kept looking at that photo I had found, the one with the shape barely visible in the trees behind the fire. I adjusted the brightness. I tweaked the contrast. I tried to see if I could pull more detail out of it. The best I could get was a vague outline, tall, lean, crouched near the base of a tree. It didn't look like wildlife. And it didn't look like someone who wanted to be seen. That photo was taken before she disappeared, which meant someone was following her even then. I started putting together a timeline. The day I met her was day 3 of my trip, and by then she had already been on the trail for at least 2 or 3 days herself. Her journal mentioned something about hearing movement outside her tent the night before she reached my camp. That means she had been followed for at least 1 full night before I ever saw her. And then, after she vanished, her gear showed up twice. Once by the fire pit, once near that tarp shelter. Both times arranged carefully, both times without her. She wasn't just lost. She wasn't confused. Something had her. Or someone. It took me a while to admit that to myself, but once the thought took hold, it made everything line up. The neat camps, the untouched supplies, the way her shoes were always left behind. That part bothered me the most. No one hikes barefoot out there, not on that terrain. If she had left on her own, she would have taken them, which means someone else placed them. Like they were staging the site to look a certain way, like they wanted her to vanish, but they also wanted someone to know she had been there. I don't think she's still alive. I hate saying that. I've held on to this idea for months that maybe she found something, saw something, and decided to run off-grid. Maybe she was trying to hide from something and just didn't want to be found. But the evidence doesn't fit that. She didn't take her gear. She didn't hide her journal. She left behind these notes like they were messages, and each one pointed in the same direction. She wasn't alone. Someone else was there, watching, following, and eventually, I think, taking. There was no blood, no broken tents or torn clothing, just these small moments left behind, like breadcrumbs dropped in the woods. And I started wondering what kind of person leaves things that way. If it had been an animal attack, there would have been signs. If she had gotten lost, someone would have found her bag at least once by accident, but that never happened. Everything that was found had been placed. That was the word the ranger had used, placed, like it had been arranged. And the fire being warm at the second camp, that haunted me, because it means she had been there, or someone had, recently. That part is hard to let go of. You start imagining the scene, the way the smoke must have still lingered in the trees, the heat still pulsing from the coals, a tent still standing like it was waiting for someone to return. And then the rangers stepping into that space, expecting to find her, but instead just finding silence. That's not just a disappearance. That's a message. And I think whoever left it wanted someone to know they had her. I kept going back to the idea of a person living out there, someone who didn't want to be found, who watched the trails, who knew the patterns. I know it sounds like some backwoods story people like to tell around campfires, but after everything I've read, after seeing how many people vanish out there under almost identical conditions, I don't think it's just coincidence. It's possible someone lives out there, off trail, off grid, maybe not even far from where she was last seen. And maybe he has done this before. Maybe Kim wasn't the first. I've started writing it all down, not just for myself, but in case I ever decide to share it more widely. I haven't posted about it online, not yet. I'm still trying to decide if that's the right thing to do. But I want a record, something someone else can look at one day and know this wasn't just a story. Something happened out there. And I think Kim knew it was coming. I used to think that unsolved stories always had a crack in them, some gap where the truth had just barely slipped through a missed detail, a witness who forgot something, a camera that was turned the wrong way. I figured most of the time someone somewhere probably had the answer. They just did not know they had it. But this one felt different. There were no gaps, just silence, like something had come through and swept away every single trace it did not want found. No obvious mistake, no clue left behind that could lead to the rest of the picture. Just echoes. Kim's journal was the only part that ever felt solid. And even that was starting to feel like a trail that had been cut off halfway through. The rangers eventually closed the search again. There was no new evidence, no fresh leads. I knew that was coming, but it still felt like a door slamming shut. I asked if they had checked nearby caves or overhangs, places someone might use for shelter. They told me they had. They had covered the area for miles in every direction from the last known site. Nothing. No footprints, no signal pings, just forest. I started walking more after that, around my neighborhood, around the parks near home, sometimes even driving out to small trails on the weekends and just standing in the woods for a few minutes before heading back. I do not know what I was expecting. I wasn't looking for her, not really. I think I just wanted to feel close to the thing that had changed everything. Like maybe if I could step back into that kind of quiet, I would understand what had happened. But I never did. Not fully. Over time, the nightmares stopped. The ones where I was inside a tent and someone was outside, waiting. The ones where I opened my eyes and saw Kim standing at the edge of the trees, barefoot, holding her journal, pointing at something I could never quite see. They stopped. But I still remember the details, the way the fire crackled the night I met her, the way her voice sounded when she asked about the stream. The way she smiled, like someone who was trying to be okay even when they weren't. I think that's what stuck with me most. She had not seemed scared. Not yet. Just distant, like she already knew something was wrong, but had not decided whether to say it out loud. And now, 2 years later, I believe she was taken. I don't think it was an accident, and I don't think she's coming back. I think whoever was following her knew exactly what they were doing, knew the trail systems, knew how to move without leaving marks, knew how to make someone disappear without a trace, and still leave just enough behind to confuse everyone who came after. I think about the gear, the way her shoes were always placed neatly, the way the tent was pitched like someone had done it with practice. Those weren't panic scenes, they were set pieces. Staged, which means the person who did it wanted us to find them. Not Kim, just the things. Just enough to make you think you might be close. That's what still gets under my skin. The idea that someone out there wanted to create the illusion that she had vanished naturally, while also hinting that she hadn't, like it was some kind of game. Like the person behind it was daring someone to follow the trail. But no one did. Not really. There are too many stories like this. People go missing in the wilderness all the time, and the more isolated the trail, the less likely it is anyone ever finds out what actually happened. People fall. People get lost. Sometimes they want to disappear, but sometimes something else is out there. Something watching. Something waiting. I don't think Kim ran away. I don't think she got turned around and wandered into the bush with no supplies. I think she stayed calm because she thought she had time. Maybe she thought the thing outside her tent would go away. Maybe it had before. But that last night, the handwriting said it all. She was scared. Whoever he was, she had seen him. Enough to give him a presence, a shape, a pattern. He doesn't like the light. I think about that sentence a lot. It sounds like something a kid would whisper during a storm, but she wrote it like a fact, like something she had tested. Maybe she had used a flashlight. Maybe she had tried to confront it. Whatever it was, I think she learned too late that it wasn't going to stop following her. And now, I'm the only one still looking at this. I have her journal pages printed and stored in a drawer. I backed up the photo of the figure in the trees. I've written down everything I can remember, from the exact time I met her to the look on her face when she stirred sugar into tea by the fire. It's not evidence, but it's something. If someone else ever goes missing out there in the same area, I want to be ready. I want them to find my notes, to know what to look for, to know what it means if a campsite looks too perfect or a fire is still warm with no one in sight. I don't think this was random. I think Kim was followed. And I think whoever did it knew what they were doing. It's not the kind of ending I wanted, but it's the one I'm left with. A story with no body, no final clue, just a few pages, some ashes, and a silence that has never really gone away. She was real, and she didn't just disappear. Something took her, and someone out there knows exactly how.